Can I pull it off the consent agenda?
Yes.
Clean it up later? Okay. Okay, I believe we will come to order. Welcome to everyone. We have quite a long agenda tonight, and this is a night of firsts for us. We're paperless, except that I cheated and I have some in my drawer just in case the lights go out or something. And I want to thank our staff, Chancellor Hadley. That expression about it takes a village, it took more than a village to get to this point. And it does every month for the staff to get us ready to officiate as trustees. So particularly Maria Shelton, where is she, and her elves. And I asked her how many technicians she had in the room tonight in case one of us faltered. She said, oh, about 7. So I want to thank all of them, too, for being on standby and bearing with us as we learn this new approach to board governance. Do we have any public comment cards? Anyone? No public comments. Then our next item is our monthly presentation on something going on around the district, and it's Dr. Darledge's turn, Dr. Patty Cates, to talk about student access and success.
Chair of our Child Development Education Program at Northeast Campus, Patty Cates. And as Patty comes forward, Patty's going to actually do the presentation tonight, but as Patty comes forward, and the reason we chose Patty to do this, or the reason she is the heads up the Child Development Program, is because of her name. And so
Whatever works.
Anyway, I'd like to recognize some of the backup members for Patty and ask them to stand. These are faculty members and staff members at Northeast Campus who are associated with the Child Development Program and education. So without further ado, I'll turn this over to Patty.
Thank you, Dr. Darledge. Good evening, Mrs. Appleman, board members, Chancellor Hadley, and everyone else. Glad you could make it tonight. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Lily Tomlin once said, I like a teacher who gives you something to take home to think about besides homework. I hope that our video presentation will give you lots of good thoughts to take home with you after the board meeting. And I want to invite you to come to visit us anytime you're near the Northeast Campus. You're more than welcome. The video is an overview of all the aspects of our department, from child development through education. And with the help of staff, faculty, students, children, families, and my daughter, Ann Cates Edwards, who's here tonight. Some of you may remember her as Ann Cates. She worked in student activities on Northeast and media on Northwest, and she now lives in Nashville, and she helped me create this presentation. So I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. The Child Development and Education Department on Northeast Campus began in 1974 as the Child Development Department, where we provided students with the opportunity to learn about the development of children and to make application within classrooms through the nationally accredited lab school, Tarrant County College Children's Center. For 35 years, we have provided a progressive academic learning environment for college students and a quality developmentally appropriate learning environment for the children of Tarrant County.
Our child development program provides students with specific learning outcomes in child development. and the knowledge to administer programs for young children and to develop a curriculum for young children that is developmentally appropriate and early childhood educationally sound.
With the current brain research showing how important the early years are for children in their physical well-being as well as their intellectual capacities and the emotional stability, it's imperative that those working with young children truly understand their responsibility and the opportunity they have to make a difference. In fact, the child care industry is the 11th largest industry in the state of Texas, and it needs to become a quality industry through proper education of those working with and advocating for children. In recent years, the academic degree in Associates of Arts in Teaching has been established to provide students with the first 2 years of a 4-year teacher preparation degree.
At Northeast Campus, our education students are not your average students. Many of them have families and full-time jobs. We see students who are returning to college after raising their children or getting their children into elementary school so they can attend while their own children are in school. The classes and degrees that we offer allow students to gain an affordable college degree before transferring to a university to complete their teacher certification.
When the AAT was developed, our department, with support from our division dean and our president, determined that in order for students to have successful field and lab experiences, a requirement of the degree, we needed a field placement office to help students with their placements with schools and programs in Tarrant County. We have been blessed with an advocate for students and children who is our educational associate in that office. Her role has developed into one of placement officer, recruiter, public relations person, and all-around advocate for our students, the community programs and schools that she works with, and for children. And along with our field placement office, we also have within our division an academic advisor who works directly with students to help them develop appropriate degree plans as well as providing documentation of students' success and needs. Since we work with 10 colleges and universities, and each one requires different coursework, it is so important that students get the appropriate advisement, and with a divisional advisor, our students stay on track throughout their preparation with us and are therefore successful in completing the appropriate transfer coursework. With the establishment of the AAT program and with increased enrollment in that program, we wanted to provide those who excelled academically with recognition and scholarship opportunities.
Kappa Delta Pi is an honor society in education, and it was founded in 1911. Its members vow to meet excellence in education in 3 areas: knowledge, duty, and power. In the spring of 2009, our chapter, Alpha Epsilon Eta, was chartered on Northeast Campus with 28 members, and this fall we installed 12 more. Our members are required to have a 3.0 cumulative GPA, have education as their major, and be at least a sophomore in their credits. Our chapter participates in service projects, including the Dolly Parton Imagination Library in partnership with United Way, and an organ donation registration drive in memory of a TCC student who recently died. And our members have won numerous academic awards, not only in education and child development, but in other subjects as well.
Through feedback from school districts, a teacher-assisted program has become a growing part of our department. The certificate program has clustered coursework from all 3 areas: child development courses, Texas Early Childhood Articulation courses, and education courses.
Currently, we have a teacher assistant certificate, a regular certificate for students that are teacher assistants within ISDs that are trying to earn more hours to continue working as teacher assistants. The second one is the bilingual education or the bilingual teaching assistant program. Those are for students that are targeting a special population that are bilingual, that are interested probably to continue working as teacher assistants, bilingual teacher assistants, or move on to a degree in education.
A very important role that our department plays is that of community stakeholder. As faculty and staff, we represent TCCD as well as the Child Development Education Department on many boards and committees throughout Tarrant County. Some of the organizations we partner with include United Way Kids Council, Northeast Chambers Business and Education Committee, Workforce Solutions, Tarrant County Juvenile Services, Big Brothers Big Sisters. I could go on and I could go on. Many of these organizations are a part of the over 60 organizations and schools which provide places where our students participate in service learning through the field experience component of their coursework. Field experiences as service learning opportunities provide students with real-life experiences revolving around the children that they, as teacher educators, early care and education teachers, and administrators will teach and play with when they complete their education.
We also network with high schools to allow us to come and describe our Associate of Arts in Teaching degree and the other courses that we offer and be available to answer any questions that the high school students might have.
These classes also spend time on our campus, visiting the registrar, business services, the lab, school, and bookstore, providing them with the opportunity to see our campus and the opportunities that we can provide for them. Throughout all of these aspects of our department, there is a special environment where adult students and young children come to learn together and grow through the support and encouragement of a lovely, well-trained staff of teachers and administrators. That is the laboratory school on the Northeast campus, Tarrant County College Children's Center. We believe that having a quality program where students can observe, participate, and research young children gives them additional knowledge and understanding. The center has been nationally accredited through the National Association for the Education of Young Children since 1984. NAEYC has upped the ante regarding what quality looks like, and we met the challenge with our last accreditation period. The center program as a whole and each individual classroom had to develop portfolios of the work we do with children and documented every aspect of the classroom and program. We must continue yearly to document and update our portfolios of work. It is exciting and it is challenging. Children and families come to our center every day ready to learn and play. Adult students come to the center every day to observe, learn, teach, and develop their skills and interactions with the children. Staff members not only teach young children every day, but model for all students all the time. We typically have approximately 15 students in classrooms and 8 students behind the observation windows every day of the week. It is a demanding job to have 23 to 25 students watching you all the time while you're doing your work. Imagine being on display all the time. This is a demanding achievement for the center staff, but they step up to the challenge and provide wonderful learning for all. Over the course of an academic year, over 200 students and organizations from various parts of the county will visit and observe within the lab school. The students who observe or participate with us are not only from child development and education programs, but also dental hygiene, nursing, drama, ceramics, and speech, to name a few. We serve as a model for appropriate teaching methods with young children for the entire Tarrant County community. Our primary focus throughout the child development and education is on children, their families and communities, their growth and development, positive guidance techniques, and successful education, and on the student teachers that someday will play a tremendous role in the lives of the children of Texas. It is a challenging and exciting world in which we work and learn together. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Okay.
May I call you Patty?
Certainly. My husband's name is Baker's Man. Ann's real name is Chocolate.
This program, it is a daycare. Is
It
that
is a
correct?
child care center.
And are these services free to parents who put these?
No, ma'am. We are open to the public on a first-come, first-served basis, and then we charge a tuition for our families.
Is that on a sliding scale basis?
We have a rate for students, and then we have a rate for the community.
And what is the demographic breakdown of children who attend this
I
program?
knew you were going to ask me that. Thinking of where we are placed in the county, the majority of our children are Caucasian. We have, I would say, I didn't bring my statistics with me,
What?
3 to 5% are Asian, and 2 to 3% are African American.
Right. Because I would like to see that extended to other families. I'm familiar with the program way back in the 70s, when at the time it was pretty much the way it is now.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just like to see more families have an opportunity to send their students, their children here.
Everybody's welcome.
Right.
It would be to our advantage to be able to advertise
Yes.
more fully and to show who we are to a bigger audience. We're a wonderful secret in Northeast Tarrant County.
You are.
Yes.
And a question, I'm not sure who to address this to. We now have a teaching program, is that correct?
That's correct.
And most of the classes are held at the Northeast campus?
At South Campus and Northeast Campus.
Do we have one of these at the South campus?
No, ma'am.
Are we looking to expand this type of program?
A laboratory school is an expensive endeavor.
Right.
And I think that is why over the course of our 35 years, it has not been considered on other campuses. We do every semester
Right.
get, I'd say how many calls, Karen? 75 calls from students who need care for their children. And in fact, the research on higher education indicates that child care is one of the top 5 needs of students.
Absolutely, I agree. But again, I would like to see the demographics continue to move into other directions because of the opportunity that it affords a lot of our young
I agree
young
with
students.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Mrs. Appleman and Board, I'd just like to remind some of you and tell others of you that this program was actually started by our own Dr. Eva Concha LeBlanc on Northeast Campus years and years ago. And so she was sitting up there about to pop off her one button. She was looking at how the program has grown so much. So thank you for your initial leadership. And thank you, Dr. Darledge and Mrs. Cates and daughter. Your daughter helped you prepare stand up again, daughter. We appreciate you too. So thank all of you for that wonderful reminder of the great program that we have there. And while I have the microphone, if I might, I'd like to introduce Dr. Joe Jernigan. Some of you know Joe and some of you don't, but he's been enlisted to be the scribe tonight and probably all the future board meetings for our minutes. Dr. Jernigan is in charge of our training and development programs for the district, and is multi-talented, by the way, so he's at the rail today. So thank you, Joe, for agreeing to do this.
We welcome you.
I might add a comment. If name means anything, he's probably going to do a great job, right?
Right. He is Joe. That's right.
All right, Ms. Appleman, while we're commenting, I think if there was an interest in expanding a program, you might have some special advocates on the board that would be interested in pursuing that with you.
Thank you, Dr. Morrison. We'll certainly make a note of that.
Any other comments? Another new thing we're going to try tonight is a consent agenda, which we hope will move things along. And prior to approving that consent agenda, it is appropriate to ask if there are items to be removed for separate consideration. And so I would ask the board if there are any items to be removed from the consent agenda, and we would need a motion to that effect. Mr. McGee, you want to move to remove the approval of the minutes, since you have some amendments?
Yes, would you like me to tell you my recommended change to that at this point?
I think you need to move to remove the items from the agenda. It needs to be seconded and packed.
Got you.
It's, okay.
Mrs. Appleman, any board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. There does not need to be a motion, second,
All
vote.
right, good.
All right.
Just tell us.
I would move, I would ask that we remove the October 22nd minutes from the consent agenda for a minor modification.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask that we move item number 10, which is on page 2 of your agenda, consideration and approval of amendment number 7 to contract with SHW Group Architects Southeast Campus, to become item H under the consent agenda. And with that, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda, unless anyone else has other changes.
I'll so move.
Second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, then it would be appropriate to work on the minutes of October 22nd.
Madam Chair, I would recommend that we make a minor modification to paragraph 23, where it says that the board wants to finish the project. I think what we really said was that the board had previously voted to authorize finishing the project.
Okay, you want to, is that the only amendment?
That's it.
All right, and with that, you would move approval of.
Yes. It reads now, the board wants to finish the project. It was actually a quote from me, and I think what I said was the board has previously voted to authorize finishing the project.
And Mr. McGee has moved approval of those minutes with that amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, those minutes are approved. Report on employee giving campaign. Mr. Hadley, Dr. Lace.
Mrs. Appleton and board members, we bring to you one more time an absolutely outstanding report of the generosity of the employees of the Tarrant County College District, and I'm calling on Dr. Joe McIntosh and Dr. Bill Lace to give you the good news.
Thank you, Chancellor Hadley. Madam President, members of the board, this is one of those happy-faced, warm, fuzzy reports that it's so nice to be able to get up and give you once in a while. In October, the college conducted its annual giving campaign. You have the figures in front of you, and they are absolutely outstanding. We raised our goal this year from $150,000 to $165,000. We beat the goal handily. The total amount of giving was $228,000. That's a 3% increase over last year, and in this state of the economy, I think that's pretty good. You will notice that every KELT member exceeded his or her goal. I'm still not sure how Gary Cumby increased his by 1,084%. I think he must have cooked the book somehow. But I would be the first to say that the credit does not go to me and my KELT colleagues, but to the foundation staff and especially to the campaign manager in each KELT area. That would be like Karen Burkhart for Dr. Wells, Francis Guajardo for myself, the president, secretaries. Those people in the foundation staff, they're the ones that did the heavy lifting.
That's right.
But I think the real story in this report is not so much how much was given, but where it was given. And I'd like for Dr. McIntosh to come talk to you about that.
Good evening, board members, Ms. Appleton, Chancellor Hadley. A couple years back, there began an emphasis to run dual focus, give employees opportunity to give to the Tarrant County College Foundation Scholarship Fund, as well as a program that was statewide, the SECC campaign, State Employees Charitable Campaign. That ran a couple of years, and we began to see significant increase in the amount of employees that did want to designate their giving to the scholarship fund. This last year, you as a board made a decision to refocus again that emphasis, where that the two options would be the foundation as well as the local United Way efforts. And it just blew the socks off, basically, the results this past year. Bill Lace has already given you the total dollar figures, but again, just to reemphasize this, there's a 49% increase in giving to the TCC Foundation over the effort last year. But I think very important to us locally, over $78,000 was designated for local United Way programs, and I think we can all be very pleased with that. But again, the real thanks, yes, we had the pleasure of leading it out of the foundation office, but the real thanks goes to the employees and the campaign chairman and the campus presidents. Every one of them gave focus and time and attention, so that in fact had a little bit of rivalry going between, nobody's going to beat Judith Carrier, I tell you. And but they all got involved in the game, and so I just want to publicly thank each of the campus presidents for their outstanding leadership. And we just have a great group of employees that believe in giving and giving and giving. So, any questions?
Congratulations and thank you all.
Thank you, Joe and staff. We have a great group of generous employees at Tarrant County College. Thank you.
I know the community will be proud and grateful. Item number 8, report on annual renewal of insurance coverage.
More good news. On our insurance renewal, I'm calling on Ms. Nancy Chang, our interim CFO, along with Fort Ferris, to come and talk with us about the insurance renewal program. Ms. Chang, come on up, Fort.
In past August, and the board member hired the Broken and the Record and McGree and Siebel and William to assist us with the placement of the insurance coverage for the district. And I'm proud to let you know, and we have an excellent group of insurance company and providing us with the broad coverage than last year with the best possible price, and the saving is over $230,000 in the total premium. And Mr. Ford and our Director of the Risk Management and Mr. McMillan from Mr. McGuire is here to answer any question you might have.
Thank you, Nancy. Ford, you want to explain it?
Good evening. Accept any questions that you may have as to the process, what we did, how we did it. I was very glad that the process turned out the way it did. You may remember that we hired a broker of record in August to represent us in the marketplace. They took our business, which, by the way, I want to tell you, we have plum business. Our facilities are well maintained. Our employees are sharp. They know what they're doing. We've got a piece of business that all insurance companies want, and that's the reason we're able to save the money. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Mr. McGee?
Mr. Ferris, this is a spectacular change. It looks like this worked really well. Is there anything you would do different after having gone through this now the first time?
No, sir, not really. Since this is the first time that the college has done it this way, we're paying our broker or our consultant a flat fee, which is much less than the commissions that we pay normally with our policies. The marketplace right now is very competitive. I don't expect that to stay that way. I think the premiums will turn and will go up in the next couple of years. We're very fortunate to be where we are at this time and be able to take advantage. We increased our coverage, got better rated insurance carriers for a cheaper price. It's not going to be always that way. So when I approach you in years to come, know that we could pay a little bit more.
Well, from all of us to your department, congratulations. This is a great win.
Thank you. It is a great win for the college. Thank you, sir. Other questions?
Questions? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second? Motion by Mr. McGee, a second by Ms. Vandergriff. Any questions, discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Ford. Nancy, thank all of you. You need to say something else, Nancy?
Well, I think she's ready for the next one.
Oh, okay.
Moving right along. Item number 9, receipt of the annual audit report.
Ms. Appleman, I will tell you that I spent quite a great bit of time with the auditors this year going over the audit that is for you tonight. And there is no action required on your part except to receive the audit. Nancy Chang, as usual, has done an absolutely great job. She's always very proud of what she presents to us and to the public, and she is going to now talk to you and bring our auditors on to give you a report. Nancy?
Yeah. Madam President and the board member and the Chancellor, it's a great honor for us to present this, our annual comprehensive financial report. And Mr. Richard Jones from We Will Tell will outline some key points to us.
Receive it.
Thank you, Nancy. Mrs. Appleman, members of the board, Chancellor, we have completed our audit for the fiscal year August 31, 2009. I'll not go through the entire report with you. You've had that report for your viewing in your electronic board package. So, congratulations on that achievement.
And they're all on the right page, too.
That's great. Well,
Did you give us a grade on that?
Yes, you get a high mark there. There are a few things that I would like to point out in the report, just briefly for you to consider. The first thing, a comprehensive annual report does have various sections in it. The financial section is the one where we have most involvement with. And in that section, on pages 1 and 2 of the financial section, which is the second section in the report, you will find our opinion
Tell us what page it's on, Richard.
It's on pages 1 and 2 of the financial section, which is the second section of the report. So if you'll go to those pages.
Then the heading is transmittal letter.
Nancy, what page is that on?
Now, that's in the introductory section.
Okay.
Go
So we need to
on
keep
back
moving.
to, it's immediately after Roman numeral 10 in the introductory section. The introductory section is numbered in Roman numerals, and then the financial section starts with page 1, which is our opinion.
Okay.
Okay, page 1, that I would like to point out that this is an unqualified opinion, as it has been in the past, and an unqualified opinion is the highest level of assurance that a CPA firm can render on an organization, so you should be pleased with that. Immediately following the opinion on page 3 is a section that I won't go through with you, but I would highly recommend that you read it in detail. It's the management's discussion and analysis. That section is where your management in the finance area presents a comparison of this year's results compared to the prior 2 years. So that's very informative reading for you. I highly recommend you read that. If you would, the next thing I'd like to point out is on page 11, continuing in the financial section. Page 11 is the statement of net assets. In for-profit terminology, this would be your balance sheet. It presents the assets of the district and the liabilities of the district and the net assets of the district. If you have found that page, about midway down the page, you'll notice that total assets of the district are now up to $904.4 million. You are overseeing a large business. The last line on that page are total liabilities of about $112 million, which leaves on the following page, on page 12, your net assets of $792 million. The district is in very sound financial condition, and you should be proud of your oversight of this district and the fact that you are on such sound financial position. The increase in net assets this past year was approximately $93.4 million. Page 13, which follows the statement of net assets, shows your revenues, expenses, and your changes in net assets. This page shows the revenues and expenses of the district and how you resulted in that $93.4 million increase in net assets. The final basic financial statement is on page 14. It's a statement of cash flows. This statement shows where the cash came from and how the district spent their cash. So it's another very informative statement. Following that statement are the notes to financial statements and the required supplementary information that the coordinating board requires. I'll leave that for your reading. I would like to point out starting on page 45, on back past the notes and the supplementary data, is the statistical section. The statistical section shows operations of the district on a multi-year presentation. It's very helpful information when you're looking at the growth of the district over a period of years. That section is very informative, and I recommend that you look through it carefully. The final thing I'd like to point out is starts on page 81, and that's the federal single audit section followed by the state single audit section. In this section, we have reports on your internal control over financial reporting and reports on your compliance with laws and regulations related to the district and your compliance with federal contracts and state contracts. If you remember from last year, we had some findings in the federal audit section that we reported to you. I'm pleased to say that there were no findings this year. No similar findings and no findings of other natures that we are required to report to you. So you can feel comfort in the fact that the district responded to those findings and that this year there were no similar findings. With that, if you have any question of us today, we'd certainly like to address them now. If, as you go through this after the meeting, any questions can be transmitted to us, and we'll be more than happy to respond to them.
Questions or comments from the board?
Are there any other management letters?
There will be a management letter that we will issue, and we will go over it with you in your January meeting.
You'll present it to the board?
Yes. It will be included in your board information for your January meeting. That letter is one that will not be a required communication because nothing in that letter rose to the level of significance that was required.
Great.
So it will be just items of operating efficiency and things like that are not required communications, but something that we feel it would be beneficial for the district to consider.
Richard, can you give us a quick overview of what work you did on our internal controls?
We are required to gain an understanding of your internal controls sufficient to plan our audit for the basic financial statements, but for the federal programs, we're required to, in auditors' language, to test your internal controls sufficient to where we can have a low control risk assessment of the district. So we have to test your controls to determine that there is a low control risk among your internal controls. Otherwise, we would have to report to you deficiencies in your controls, and that's required by the government auditing standards. So we do test your internal controls in the process of doing the audit. What that allows us to do is, in our substantive testing of account balances and transactions, it allows us to lower our test work on that and rely more on the control work, the tests that we do on your internal control structure. So yes, we do a lot of work on your internal control structure.
Thanks.
Other questions or comments? The appropriate action is to receive the report, not to approve it. Note the wording on the agenda, so I would entertain a motion to receive the annual audit report.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Winnett, second. Second. Second by Ms. Vandergriff. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you and your team.
Thank you, and I would like to say that your finance department is the one that prepared this report. Our part in it are those few little pages that have our reports on them. So they do most of the work in preparing it, and the good work that they do makes our job easier.
And they were next on my list of thank yous, so
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that because it's important to hear it from you too, and they do a great job. Nancy, do you want to return to the
We
podium?
don't have a book for you to read, but we do have.
Oh, I'm so happy. Oh. You're so good to us.
We're working on sustainability around here, so the less paper, the better. Thank you, Nancy.
And watching movies.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 11, Trinity River Vision TIF update. Mark Rauscher with the City of Fort Worth and a surprise guest, J.D. Granger with the Trinity River Vision.
Ms. Appleman and Board, while they are coming, and I want to thank both of them for being here this evening, they have presented this information to me a couple of weeks ago, and we all thought it was very important for them to come and brief the Board as well on what their requests are.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Board members, Mrs. Appleman and Chancellor Hadley. JD and I are here this evening to provide you an update on the Trinity River Vision TIF District. JD is currently handing out an updated version to the PowerPoint to assist you this evening. The primary purpose of tonight's briefing is several reasons. First, just to recap some of the history behind the TIF district, give you an idea again about what the initial project and financing plan was with respect to the TIF district, what some of the economic impacts were with the project, and then JD will cover for you the proposal to expand and update the TIF project and financing plan. and then I'll wrap it up with some staff recommendations and next steps. This is just a real brief chronology for you. Late '03 is when the TIF district was established by the Fort Worth City Council. Early '06 is when the council first approved the original TIF project financing plan. This summer there was quite a bit of activity with an engineering study to re-examine the overall project. JD will talk to you a little bit about that momentarily. The state legislature passed the legislation that also enabled the extension of TIF district terms. And then lastly, this past September is when that engineering study was completed, and we were able to look at how we could update the TIF project and financing plan. This is just a graphic of the original project. Generally, the project has stayed the same. I think everyone is real familiar with the bypass channel and the inland water feature and the new bridges and so forth. The initial project cost was right at $435 million. This was in 2005 construction dollars. Initially, the idea was to have a 50-50 split between the local partners and the federal government in this project, along with approximately $115 million to be financed from the TIF district. It was assumed that the public entities would continue to participate at an 80% level. A economic feasibility study was actually conducted back in 2005 by the University of North Texas, and it illustrated some of the economic impacts that you see here, various new jobs, up to 10,000 new households in the central city area known as Trinity Uptown. And I think the key thing is that the study showed that there was going to be a pretty significant increase in tax revenues to the various taxing entities over the life of the project. The analysis also showed that upon build-out, whether or not you're looking at a 25-year or a 40-year build-out, that the project will help create somewhere between $1.25 billion and $1.6 billion in new value to the project area and to the city. Now I'll turn it over to JD so he can give you a little bit more detail behind the updated project and financing plan. JD and the Trinity River Vision Authority helped manage the peer review process that led to the updated cost estimates, and I'll let him provide more detail for you now.
I appreciate y'all's attention. I'm going to take you through the new updated plan that we've been working on now for about the past 2 years. What you're seeing are the results of about a 2-year engineering process. We've gone through an independent review to go ahead and look at our entire project. We have a lot more information than we had back in 2005. Right now we have over 54 firms that have been working on this project in one capacity or another, providing much better information. I understand you have a workshop. I'll try and keep this brief. I will stick around as long as y'all need to answer questions. As far as the results of where we are right now, the independent study went ahead and showed that when we completed this plan, the new plan includes many things that were not in the original project. The main thing it includes is Gateway Park. It was a very desired item by the community, now going on almost 2 decades, but there's not a way to pay for it. We backed up, partnered with the Corps, now full Corps approval has been added to the project. Another thing that was added was, in the goal to be as transparent as possible, we now have a really good schedule, a really good plan. That gave us ideas when we knew which project would be started and finished. Because of that, we have good information on what should be proper escalation applied to the project. Escalation inflation is as real as steel and concrete. So to go ahead and plan for that, as you would in your own household, we budgeted for it. We wouldn't put our entire project in completion dollars, so we added completion dollars to the project on the front end. You'll see those dollars actually in 2021 dollars. We also now have a much higher level of design and engineering. As the same things you've learned, once we started the project, got into it, started doing engineering and design, started looking at our utilities, we've learned a lot of information. We're no longer at a 2% level of design. We're hitting close to 30% now. We have really good information about what's there for the flat work necessary. In addition to that, we have good information on what property is going for. When we started this project, it was a very, very different climate. Since that time, a lot of things happened in this area, including Barnett Shell. It's had a very large impact on industrial property. buying property every day right now, so I know what the current property value is. On top of that, part of our pledge was to make sure and take care of every single business down there. I can give you a real cost on what it takes to move an auto salvage. I can give you a real cost on what it takes to actually move a hotel. A real cost on what it takes to moving a chocolate confectionery is very expensive, but that's the kind of data we use to get better numbers. Saying that, when I take you through that, I can take you through each one of these items in great detail if you'd like. Just for summary right now, I'd be happy to give you more information in future dates. But the new cost for the project in completion dollars is $909 million. Those are some of the listed project items. I'll show you a quick summary. If you want to go ahead and see every work associated with this, we now have over 10,000 work activities associated with the project. What the main question people have asked, though, is the community now knows of a project price of about $600 million because I added Gateway Park, but it added it in dollars that are a couple of years old. But what I want to show to you, because it's been a long time since I've been before you, is show you where we are from 435 up to the number of 909. Here are the main components that provided a higher number, but the items we added. Gateway Park. Gateway Park in completion dollars is about $93 million. In addition to that, one thing the community asked for that we've now negotiated with the Corps is you want trees. You want nice surface betterments. You want a great place to be a background, because otherwise we have a drainage ditch to the heart of our community. Do it the right way. That was a requested item at a price tag of about $29 million. That was added and recommended by the TRVA board. In addition to that, for the final items that make up the number, based on a higher level of design and adding inflation and completion dollars to the project, adding finished dollars adds about $150 million. That's about 3.5% simple interest rate. The next thing was land. I do have a good land budget. I'm going through it right now. We add about $91 million to the project just to acquire the necessary land to do the project. Next thing is utilities. We'd really hope to take advantage of a lot of the utility systems that were down there today, but unfortunately, as y'all also learned, it is our oldest industrial area. Very little of it you can use at all. On top of that, the area we once had is industrial today. You move from industrial to over 10,000 residential units. In the most vulgar of terms, that's a lot more toilets. And so there's some things that we had to take on, and that's the price tag we have. We have good information on it now. Next thing is working with the Corps. We learned a lot of things about the area, as y'all did too. We've learned a lot of stuff on what's going on in Dallas. We've taken all of that information, the highest level requirements, and added it to the project. We budgeted for that on the front end, taking the most stringent standards possible to make sure they weren't surprised on the back end. Doing that at about $57 million. So saying that, those are the items that create the new number. The new number does include a lot of additional features that were not part or planned on the front end, so I just want to at least let you know what the new number, what makes it up. Next part is, those I've showed you some of the items that what we're bringing to you for a new budget. Some other things that have been discussed and read about in the paper, some additional project items that the TIF may consider entering in future years if all the partners want to. I say all the partners may choose to participate in some, may choose to stay out of some of them, but these are things that were supported by the community to at least consider for recommendation in future years if the TIF has the capacity and y'all have the desire. Some of these directly impact your investment. The first one is the Inland Water Feature Environmental Cleanup Project. I'll show you with pointer here. Oh, that's not the pointer. Oh, I love this thing. Right in this area here, which is right on the very western edge of your property. As y'all know, it's the TXU property. And without going into great detail, we have some information working with TCEQ now for the past years on really looking at that issue there. It's a sensitive issue about how we address that, either as a community in its entirety or working with y'all. But at least we want to recognize we may need some money to either help y'all in doing that or figure out how the community can address it as a whole. At least put an item inside there in future years to consider it if we have the capacity. The next one has to do with the interior stormwater management system. Canals cost about the same as doing underground piping. I can tell you, when working very closely and you had a great staff working on your project, to go ahead and handle the stormwater of what you originally proposed in the northern part of your project, it was about $600 to $700 grand. Looking at canals, they come to be about the same price. The tricky part is how you do them in a way that the community can really embrace and make a great public waterfront edge with continuous trails. But that means you have to go under the street. You can't run across North Main. That's a highway almost. And so we went ahead and put some money inside here in future years to have the capacity to go ahead and consider it. We made a strong recommendation to the TRVA. Do not add this money on the front end, because if you do, it'll preclude me from being able to get it from other sources. Perfect example is the first one. Right now, part of TCEQ, they're looking at probably assisting. But if I have the money in the bank, just like a child who has a scholar who's asking for a grant, if they have the income, you're not going to give them that grant. It's the same situation. So recognize the merits of it, but please don't give it to me right now. Let me seek the money from additional sources. Same thing on the stormwater system. Great place for private development to participate. The next one, Gateway Park, looking at many state grants to provide the remaining recreation features. But if there's a question about maybe doing it early, may come back to you if we have the capacity and it's the community's desire. The last was the Police and Fire Training Center. A big part of that's going to go underwater. It's a very complicated relocation. And so at least put it in here as maybe a placeholder to consider, and maybe not by you, but some of the other partners. So it'll be something to maybe look at in future years, depending on what the best plan is. These are some of the options you may read about in a future participation agreement that comes to you, but at least wanted to let you know those are out there. But right now, I'm not asking for that from anybody. One thing at least point out is this is a real rough drawing of what property interests you have down there. So when we talk about the environmental cleanup area, oh, I love that button. The environmental cleanup area or the stormwater issues, they directly impact your surrounding investment. So be happy any question you may have on that. The last part is going to take you to the delivery plan. To go ahead and really address Gateway Park, we looked at our current market conditions and are making a request of each park to extend the life of the TIF for 15 years, from 25 to 40 years. Right now, I do not think it'll take 40 years. I've tried to create the worst income projections I can. If it's the worst conditions I see right now, it may be about 11 or 12 years. If things pick up, it could be as little as 7 or 8. But whenever the project has paid for the parts that you've agreed to, at that point the TIF terminates. So it wouldn't be any additional obligation past that. In addition to that, we would be looking at extending the boundary to include Gateway Park. Highly requested item, go ahead and pay for it, and you need to include the boundary to include that area. Next part is due. I'm asking for each partnering agency to continue contributing at 80%. Once we go ahead and get this set up, as you've seen the original cost, what the water's going to do is provide some upfront capital money. They provide that money to the project interest-free, because TIF makes money on the back end. They can provide interest-free money on the front end. Once the TIF catches up, the TIF will pay the water district back. The main reason why we did this could be no impact or increase of local funding commitments. I'll say that because when you saw Mark's presentation earlier, you saw that what was asked of our local partners was right here. $26 or $27 million from the city, $11 million from the county, $64 million from the water district. And that is actually oil and gas money. That is restricted income. It can only be used for flood control and recreation. It cannot offset our water rates or operation costs. The only part that's upfront taxes was the $38 million. We actually figured out a plan here with the water district making a loan that is not an additional ask of upfront money from anybody's general fund. We do expect if there's any gap, we can still look at the TIF for the first source of it, but this is the plan we'd like to move forward with. Technically, I've actually explained, generally what the request is. Going to go ahead and have Mark step up here to go ahead and explain kind of the mechanics of how we're implementing that, but I will stick around if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, as JD had mentioned, part of the proposal here is to go ahead and expand the boundaries of the TIF district. The current TIF actually encompasses this area in red, and for purposes of this presentation, we're calling it TIF 9A. The new expanded area is in green, and we're calling it TIF 9B. This is the piece that includes the Gateway Park and the Riverside Oxbow area. This is just another illustration that provides you with basically the legal descriptions for the various boundaries that make up this new area. The new area, TIF 9B, basically extends, as you saw, from the existing TIF district towards the east, near the intersection of Oakland Boulevard and East 1st Street. It encompasses a pretty large area of about 2,600 acres, and again, it includes Gateway Park and also Riverside Park, which is just northeast of downtown. There are various goals associated with why we want to add TIF 9B to the overall TIF district. A couple key ones are the fact that it'll help us to implement or program a new 1,000-acre urban park. Central Park in New York is roughly 850 acres, so this is a considerable park when you compare it to New York. Also, this will, I think, most importantly, enable us to be able to better connect some of our neighborhoods in East Fort Worth and Southeast Fort Worth to the Trinity Trail system. And also, it'll, we believe, help us to help jumpstart some economic development opportunities, not only within the TIF district boundaries themselves, but also some of the areas that are adjacent to the newly expanded TIF district. There were a couple projections that were undertaken in terms of looking at the type of revenue that could be generated from the TIF district. The first one was done by Gideon Toll, and then earlier this year we had an independent firm come in from Austin known as TXP, and the primary difference, I mean, you can see some differences in the amount of revenue projections when you compare the two studies. Primarily, the TXP study took a much more conservative approach based upon today's economic climate. For example, they assumed a 3-year lag in development activity in order to help derive those numbers that you see there for both a 25-year period and also a 40-year period. Based upon the economic climate, even though it does appear that we're beginning to rebound from the current recession, staff essentially recommends that we go with the TXP projections or the more conservative ones. This is what you saw on the slide earlier that JD showed you, where we talked about the $320 million in TIF revenue that would be needed to help fully fund this $909 million project. You can see under a 40-year period that we'd be able to cover that amount of funding that's needed. Now, as far as staff recommendation, again, we're essentially looking to expand the boundaries of the TIF to include the Gateway Park area. We're also acknowledging the $909 million total cost estimate, including the need for the $320 million TIF contribution. Again, looking to extend the life of the TIF from 25 years up to 40 years. As JD said, when you look at the real conservative calculations, we might be looking at just a 36-year TIF. So it really just depends upon how quickly those obligations can be met. And then lastly, with some of those optional projects that JD showed, we would only seriously consider those if we can find other dollars, such as grant funds, or if the TIF district has that money available and the various partnering entities agree to go ahead and pursue that effort. As far as next steps, we're here tonight before you. We've already briefed the County Commissioners Court as well as the Fort Worth City Council. After tonight, on December 4th, we'll reconvene the TIF board to approve an amended TIF project and financing plan. We'll then take that to City Council the following week for them to consider an ordinance approving that TIF expansion and extension effort. And then on December 18th is when the TIF board will reconvene to consider the full funding agreement with the Tarrant Regional Water District that JD alluded to earlier. So with that, either JD or myself will be happy to take any questions you might have.
I have some questions. You mentioned the Gateway Park. How did the Gateway Park come to play in part of this TIF, the TIF boundaries?
Yes, the Gateway Park project was a recommended federal project before we ever started the Trinity River Vision. The problem is it died on the vine. It was primarily an ecosystem restoration project. Ecosystem restoration projects are very expensive to do in inner city, and that's why they don't get funded anymore, and that is still the current position of the administration. What we did is we worked in partnership with the Corps. We took the community's request, can we actually make this area function the way we'd like, use that money to clean up the park and restore it to back what it used to be, a beautiful area. We took that idea to the Corps, and after about a year's worth of study, they actually agreed to one of the largest ecosystem restoration projects ever done in this area. Over 80,000 trees will be planted in the park, returned back to bottomland hardwood condition. But the way we got them to do it was the way we got them to put their money up. We get to put recreation dollars to match. That's the best part. They're doing the cleanup and the ecosystem restoration effort. They're using the trees to help manage water in a smart way, which is exactly what the Riverside community asked for. So we took those desires, figured out a smart engineering solution, and it was added to it.
What community asked for it?
We went ahead and worked the entire community. The original master plan was done about 20 years, actually I guess 11 years ago? Yeah. The first master plan was completed about 11 years ago, and so that was done in partnership with the east side of Fort Worth, the Riverside area, and a lot of the southeast. Danny Scarth, and also started actually back with Becky Haskins, and so that's how long ago that effort started.
Well, what you're asking us to do is to extend that TIF from
Correct.
20 to 40 years, and what we get in return is a park.
Actually, you get a lot more than a park.
Well, of course we do. There's a lot more, but in the time we're in difficult economic times. People have lost their jobs, and we're continuing to support TIFs. And it upsets me that we no longer have private investment, that it's coming back to the taxing entities to help support projects, when ultimately the Trinity River Vision Plan will be sold to private investors who will in turn make money.
That's actually incorrect. We're building just the infrastructure. We
Right.
have to, once we complete this project, over 2,400 acres of neighborhoods presently in the city of Fort Worth that are exposed to flood events that have occurred in the past, if those happen again, they're exposed to the same kind of danger. And so once this project's done, we'll actually be able to provide, and they will have the necessary flood protection.
And once you complete the infrastructure, what happens next?
Once we complete the infrastructure and we've addressed the flood concerns for the entire city area, private business continue on to do whatever they want to do.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Please, yeah.
JD, just to clarify, you're here this evening to update us and provide information. You're requesting no action tonight, are you?
Correct. The Chancellor's made it very clear, please, no surprises for my board. And so as part of that effort was just briefing you ahead of time to come back in the future to go ahead and negotiate participation agreement with you. I've already negotiated one successfully between the Water District and the city. I've given that to your council as an example to start looking at to see if that's something else for it.
Appreciate you coming and giving us the warning. I think one thing that would be helpful for me is to see some larger maps. The maps that we have are pretty small. So maybe between now and the time that you would want us to take some action, maps that show the impact on the college's property and maybe the rest of the development too would be helpful for us to put this all in context.
Be happy to do so, and I'll work with your Chancellor if you have to do a workshop style or even a small committee or one-on-one. I'd be happy to do that for you.
Great. Thank you very much.
You bet.
I have a quick question. The TIF now expires when? What year?
It started, I believe, in 2003 was the original date, so 28. Sorry, I appreciate I got someone help me with math real fast.
2028?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so we're going out to 2043 or something like that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you
JD
for your time
postponed
tonight.
a drive to Austin tonight to be
I am
with us.
leaving now.
We really appreciate that. Be careful
Stay
out there.
awake.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. We are going to move to a closed meeting for deliberation on pending. Would you like to do your, are you going to stay through the financial report? Or you want to do your chancellor's reports? Okay. I'm going to jiggle the agenda a little bit and ask Mrs. Hadley to give her chancellor's report, and she's going to exit the meeting in the building, and then we'll back up to item number 12. So please.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. You have a list of items from my report in your e-packets. And so the first thing I want to do is thank you so much for your willingness to try the electronic board packets. And it seems as though you are absolutely fast learners. Everybody seems to have made this work quite well. Let us know if you had any glitches. Thanks to Maria Shelton and her great staff for getting it all together for us. And it's a work in progress, but we think it works pretty well tonight. Is everybody in pretty much agreement with that? Good. Mr. Hudson?
Could I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I am very pleased with what you guys have done. I mean, I've been in meetings before in legislative branches where we've attempted this, and it worked well. But this is awesome. It's great. And my background is in computers, so you can take that for
Well,
real.
thank you. Thank you. Ms. Shelton, you and your staff can take a bow. We appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Get up to the microphone.
They are absolutely fantastic, all of these people, and we're so proud of this e-packet that we sent it to Mr. McGee about 100 times. And we're going to get with you on that.
It was so good, we just kept wanting to read it.
Maria, why those that on your team who help have them stand so we can acknowledge them all?
You see the video people, but Janny is here. We sent Viet and who else was here? Suresh home, but
That's Janny.
That's Janny. Are the other video guys gone? There were 7 of us
Exhausted.
here.
They went home.
Oh, some in the closet. They're in the closet. Wait, guys, come out of the closet. There they are. Thank you.
Thank all of you. Okay, Chancellor Hadley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Madam President. The first item on there is a revision to DLA regulation on personnel evaluation. It is simply Dr. Lace and his staff are recommending that we change the effective dates to September 1 through October 15th for the evaluations to make things flow faster. It's just a very minor change. It'll help us be more on target with the school year. The second item that I wanted to talk about is the strategic plan process. I mentioned to you last month that we were going to put a request for proposals out for companies that were interested in helping us with the strategic plan. We have done that. The purchasing department sent those out. We have received responses. We have not reviewed them yet, but we'll be reviewing those starting tomorrow and into next week. And you will be hearing from me very soon about the start of the process for the strategic plan. I have asked all of you, either as a group or individually, to give me names of people that you would suggest that we add to the strategic plan committee, because it is going to be a very comprehensive group of people. We're going to have students, faculty, administrators, business leaders in the community, regular community leaders, community organizations. And so I would love to have names from those of you in your areas who are interested in serving on those various committees. I have received names from some of you, but some of you I still have not heard from. So please let me have those as soon as possible. The next thing I want to report to you that at the end of September, I made some changes to our cell phone and automobile use policies. All of our automobiles that were taken home by employees, we had just a few, I guess about 7 or 8, but the only employee in the district now who drives an automobile home is our chief of police. And he, of course, needs his automobile for very obvious reasons, I think. But all of the other automobiles now are parked on the campus at the end of the workday. The Internal Revenue Service made a few changes in their rules and regulations about cell phones. And in order to make sure that we are absolutely following the letter of the law, I made changes in those policies. And employees who must have cell phones for the conduct of college business at the executive level, the CELT members are getting an additional compensation. They've always gotten that to take care of their day-to-day operational needs for the college, and there is no separate stipend for a cell phone. The tier below the CELT level also gets a cell phone. Thank you, Maria. They get a cell phone, and it's a college cell phone. They sign a form saying that the phone will be used only for college business, and we expect that they will abide by that. So I worked this out with the CELT members. We were all in agreement, and we instituted that policy effective retroactive to September 1st. The other thing that I want to report to you on is the Higher Education Coordinating Board Conference that's going to be in Dallas the first week of December. I want to let you know all of you have received information. I heard from some of you that you have an interest in attending. The others of you who haven't let Gary Cumby know, please let him know if you want to attend that. This does qualify for board education. Okay, so, and it's right there in Dallas, close by, so it'll be a good opportunity for you to attend that. Want to highlight just 2 or 3 other things. The October 23rd date that I have on the calendar, I attended the kickoff for the Mechanical Engineering Transfer Compact at the University of Texas at Arlington, which is a really wonderful thing for us. There are a number of universities throughout the state that have agreed to accept students from Tarrant County College District and all the courses that we offer in our engineering programs. Dr. Carrier was there along with Cheryl Harris. Cheryl Harris on the Southeast campus was the main person who worked on that task force, that statewide task force, and we're very, very pleased about that. So when our students graduate from Tarrant County College and go to those engineering schools, then we will have the opportunity for them to transfer all of the courses that they take at Tarrant County College, so that's very good. Thank you, thank you. The other thing that I wanted to note was that Mrs. Appleman and Mrs. Vandergriff and I graciously accepted $1,700,000, I think $86,000 and something grant from the Texas Workforce Development Department to train students at the Tarrant County College Opportunity Center. And Mrs. Winnett, we regretted that you weren't able to join us that day because the staff gave us a wonderful tour of that facility. We still must get you and Mr. Hudson and others out there to see that absolutely wonderful facility that we have. And finally, I will just highlight 2 things that happened. Well, one other thing. On October 29th, I attended the Higher Education Coordinating Board Conference and was very pleased to learn that Tarrant County College District has an opportunity to apply for a $1.5 million grant, and we have people working on that. That's led by Dr. Kathy Jackson and Dr. Tim Gilbert. They pulled together a staff of faculty members who are going to work to get the grant ready for December 7th. It was a very, very short turnaround. But is Tim in the audience tonight? Tim Gilbert is my pusher on that one, and we're certain that we're going to make the deadline on that.
Ms. Hadley, what type of grant is that?
That grant, very interesting, is for Tarrant County College to revise, and I've called it pretty much revolutionize, the way we teach reading, writing, and math, and then to go out and find people who normally don't get picked up by community colleges, and that's what I call that underserved population. You recall that one of the goals I set for myself when I came in this office was to better serve the underserved, and I was very, very pleased to hear that. So they'll want us to go out and find people from the community to come in, learn reading, writing, and math with this new way of teaching, and then put them into some of those technical courses that we offer at the college. We really are 1/3 of the long way because we have already redone our math curriculum, and we have what we call mod math for remediation. We have mod math. You heard about mod math on the Northeast campus a few months ago. The coordinating board is very pleased about that project. They gave us $75,000 grant just a few months ago to expand the mod math. When we opened Trinity River campus, by the way, Dr. Fulkerson isn't here because her mom is not well, and I don't see Brian Stewart in the audience. Brian is back there. Stand up a minute, Brian. The Southeast campus teaches remedial math only using the mod math method. How's it going, Brian?
Very well. The first 5-week term, we had about a 73% completion rate, and this last 5-week term is 80.3%. And our developmental completion is about in the low 40% throughout class. So we'd love to maybe present a report at the end of the semester when all our data.
Right. Thank you. We're teaching mod math on Northeast and South. Okay. Dr. Thomas, any words to add to that? How's it going on your campus?
It's in progress.
In progress.
We are finding that students are comprehending some of the mathematical concepts in a more comprehensive way than in the regular development of math.
Dr. Darledge, anything to add?
Pretty much the same thing. I think they're a little bit more encouraged because they're doing it 1 hour at a time rather than facing this 3-hour elephant and chewing off a little bit at a time. So I think that's the important part.
Very good. Dr. Jackson, anything else I need to add to that? Well, we're very pleased and we're hopeful that when we get that grant completed by December 7th, that Tarrant County College will be the recipient of that $1.5 million. And I think the rest of my notes there are pretty self-explanatory.
Any comments or questions on the Chancellor? Any comments or questions on the report? All right, now. Yes, now we will jump to the financial report and let those folks go home if they like. Ms. Hadley, Mrs. Chang, and Mr. Vick.
The financial report for this month is also in your materials. Nancy and Lori prepared the report, Mr. McGee, that you requested. I hope you saw that in the back of your board materials. So I'll call on Mrs. Chang to come now, and Stan Vick is with her this evening to give you the highlights of the financial report.
I just want to show off our excellent staff. This is our senior member, Director of Accounting. She's going to report our financial status.
Last month it was Laura, this month is Stan. Welcome, Stan.
Good evening, Chancellor Hadley and President Appleman and board members. Let's begin with a quick look at the October financials. I'm just going to hit a few of the highlights, and so let's go ahead and start on page 5 with the income statement. You'll notice that total income is $39.3 million, which is 13.8% of our budget, and consists primarily of $12.7 million of state appropriations and $21 million of credit tuition dollars. You'll also note that in our maintenance fund, interest income is only $52,856, and we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. If you'll flip to the next page, which is expenditures statement on page 6, I want to look at the general institutional expenses, and we see that we've expended 26.4% year to date. You'll notice 2 items in that grouping, mail and telephone and facilities leases that are 84.7% and 80% expended respectively. That's a result of funds that have been encumbered for the year. You'll see the $570,000 for mail and telephone and $644,000 for facility leases. We will move to the next page. On this page, you'll see plant operation and maintenance, and there's a similar scenario. The encumbrance column shows $12.4 million of this rest of the year anticipated expenditures, which brings our percent expended to 53.3%. However, if you glance down at the last line, total expenses are $31.7 million, and that's much in line at only 16.5% for the year. A couple more things I'll point out. If you'll skip over to renewal and replacements on page 9. I just want to point out the tax revenue year to date in our renewal and replacement fund is $1.1 million, and the expenses are $4.2 million, which is 6.1% of our budget. Building fund on the next page has similar information. Year-to-date tax revenue of $900,000 and expenses of $422,000, which is 3% of budget. I know that was very quick and very brief, but I'll be happy to entertain any questions before we move on to investments.
Questions from the board?
I had
Okay.
a question, but I've lost it, so. So let's move forward.
You can break it.
Let us know when you think of it.
I'd move approval. Is that in order?
The motion to approve the financial report. I think it's just for information, actually.
Is it? Is that second?
It's on the
Information.
Okay, moving on to the investment report. Our investment portfolio as of October 31st was approximately $185 million. About 90%, that's $164.8 million of this was invested in pools, which earned approximately 0.21% for the month. We also had $10 million each in treasuries and agencies, and our yield for October was 0.94%. As Chancellor Hadley mentioned a while ago, we had mentioned investment opportunities last month, and along with the fact that we anticipate around $140 million of tax revenue to come in during December, January, and February, you had asked for more data, including some yield curves, and in your information there should be a few graphs regarding the rate comparisons and quarterly interest amounts for two different scenarios, of 1.5-year maturities and then similar graphs for 2-year maturities. One graph represents interest rates that are available for different types of investments, and the other graph represents the quarterly interest that's earned on each of those 4 different investment vehicles. And we're just using these to illustrate the differences in the different types of investments. The rates are from a couple of weeks ago, and of course they change every day. I'm not going to go over each of these in detail. We can if you would like to, but you can see the difference in the quarterly returns. And the point is that we can be doing much better than what we are doing, even in this market. The 2-year interest, I know I don't have totals on there, we don't have totals, but the 2-year interest totals range from like $40,000 with pooled investments, which is where most of our money is, to about $310,000 with a callable type investment over a 2-year period for a $10 million investment. And with the expected increase in the tax revenue that should start to come in December, we anticipate moving into these kind of investments. And of course, each investment decision will be made carefully. We'll continue to maintain sufficient operating cash for our monthly expenditures and planned capital outlays. And I will be happy to entertain any questions about our investment.
Board members, I think it would be instructive for the staff and me to know what your thoughts are about these recommendations. You can see from the graphs that the money is just barely moving with the pool. Nancy, it is my understanding that what you've presented here is within the investment policy of the board. There will be no change in policy that you have adopted already, but this would just be a way of giving the college a little bit more money if you're comfortable with that. So, do I hear any comments?
My thoughts are that you all, first of all, have done a wonderful job of keeping the yields as high as they have for as long as possible. We just saw this week for the first time core inflation numbers begin to pop up, in spite of what we've been told by the Fed that they wouldn't allow that to happen. I think there's beginning to show signs that they may not have the control to do the things that they would like. Certainly anything in the short-term range of something less than 3 years should be acceptable, and it appears that there's a significant premium by stepping out just to a 2-year type maturity. I think we would be well advised to be looking at something close to that 2-year step up But I don't hear anybody suggesting that we should be stepping out and looking at longer-term maturities, 30-year treasuries, or things like that to pick up an extra point, which, in my opinion, would be inappropriate for us at this time. But in something less than 3-year maturities, to be leaving this where it is at no yield, I think what the market is saying is there's significant concern about what's going to happen to rates over the next 24 months. But I think our downside in that short a period of time is very low. I think you're thinking about it exactly right.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And the yield curve is really steep, going from even 18 months to 24 months. It's
Right.
majorly different.
Yeah.
So 2 to 3 years would probably be good.
Yep. And we're still talking about staying with our same policy about the quality of the assets we're looking at.
Yeah, there's no change in
Yep.
those types.
Thank you, by the way, for
You
the
wanna say something?
information that you presented. It was very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy, any other comments?
Yeah, we are planning about very short term, about 2.5 years. We're not over 3 years.
Okay.
Because 1 year is very low.
Okay. Thank you, Stan. Great job. Thank you, Nancy.
All right, now, we will go into...
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam President. At your places, you have Life is Full of Choices. I almost forgot this. This is from the JCC, the District Academics Professional Development Day, January 13th, 2010. And you're all invited to participate. Robbie Sheffy, who is the president of the JCC, is here. And you want to add something to this, Ms. Sheffy?
In April, we met with Dr. Gilbert, and he charged the Faculty Association with developing a full day of professional development for the faculty. When we reported this to the our progress, I said we were planning a convention. And our convention, like life, is full of choices. We cover the gamut. There is something in this for everyone. Whatever your interest is, we've got it covered. And so we would be very happy if each of you would come and join us for whatever part of the day's activities that your schedule will allow. And I would like to introduce the other people that are on my committee that have worked with me very diligently in putting this thing together. The first person is Irene Thrower. She is the faculty representative from Trinity River. There was not a faculty association president from Trinity River in July when we started. So Irene got elected. And she has been quite wonderful to have on the committee. Dina Johnson is Faculty Association President, Northwest Campus. Lydia McCauley is Faculty Association President, Southeast Campus. Cheryl Hamilton is the Northeast Campus Faculty President, and she is ill, which is why she was not here today. She was planning on being here, but because of illness, she is not here today. But those four ladies have done a tremendous job in putting this conference together, and we think we have covered it. And I would like to say a thank you to the 50 faculty, 15 administrators, 9 staff members, and 8 people who are not employed by TCC, who are outside the TCC family, that have agreed to do a presentation at this meeting for nothing, since our budget was 0.
In true TCC
fashion. And we are profoundly grateful to all of the 90 individuals that have been involved in this particular endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheffy. Thank you. Now I'm finished.
Thank you all. We will now go into closed session deliberation on pending contemplated litigation, Section 551.071 Texas Government Code, real property, Section 551.072 Texas Government Code, Personnel Matters, Section 551.074 Texas Government Code. The real property discussion will address acquisition of property near that already owned by the College District. Okay, it's 9:05, and ooh, you turned me up high. Come back to order. And we do have an action item following our closed meeting. Dr. Morrison will present a motion, and we have it in writing for you, Joe, when she's done.
I would move that the Board of Trustees of Tarrant County College pursue the acquisition of 4.1 acres located on the west side of East Loop 820 South, north of Fitzhugh Avenue in Fort Worth, Texas, legally referred to as Ramey Place Addition, Block 5, Fort Worth, Texas, for use in connection with the Opportunity Center operated by Tarrant County College. The acquisition shall be entered by an assignment of the purchaser's rights under a contract signed November 6, 2009 between Warner C. Lusardi, trustee as seller, and Mike Ball, trustee as purchaser. Further, it is moved that the board ratify and approve the execution of the contract by Mr. Ball, who acted as trustee for Tarrant County College District in negotiating the terms of the contract.
You've heard the motion by Dr. Morrison. Is there a second?
Second.
From Ms. Winnet. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Morrison, would you give Mr. Jernigan a copy of that motion so he has it for the record? Please also let the record reflect Mr. Jernigan, the Chancellor Hadley, has left the meeting. Our next item of business is a workshop on the Chancellor's job description to be led by Dr. Lace and Ricardo Coronado, who have provided us with a draft
Yes,
job
indeed.
description.
Thank you, Madam President. And yes, indeed, as you see, this is a draft. We took as our starting point the old Chancellor's job description that we had, which I think you all agree wasn't very much. And to that, and by the way, when I say we, I'm talking 10% Bill Lace and about 90% Ricardo Coronado. I want to say that right up front. And we have Dr. Coronado will be here to answer the questions relating to HR. Angela Robinson will be here to answer the questions regarding legal, and I'm just sort of here. To get to this draft, we started with the old one. We looked at the comments on the blog, some of which made very entertaining reading. We looked on the internet at job descriptions of other large community colleges, but most of all, we looked at what you came up with in your workshop with Ms. Harrell earlier this month. And that was the key, that you told her, and through her us, what it was you are looking for in the next Chancellor of the Tarrant County College District. So using all that, we put together this draft, the main points of which you see on the board, the summary, going on to the qualifications, the attributes, and the specifics that you want. The purpose of this workshop is for you to look over this draft, to change anything and everything you want in any way you want. This is going to be your document, and Shelley Birch is here to put your changes into the document as we go along. So really, the floor is open for whatever you want to do. And by the way, if you want hard copies, I have hard copies.
So if we just want to tell you something that we want to take out, we can just tell you that?
That's
or
right.
do you have a process that you want to take us to?
I think it's up to you. If you have something you want to take out or add or change, you propose it. If the rest of the board agrees, then we will do that. Could we dim the light a little bit, you think?
Well, my focus is on qualifications, including education and experience. And I would like to remove the sentence, candidates must have an earned doctorate degree from a regionally, take that out. I would say must demonstrate a record of successful executive leadership experience, preferably in a large urban community college setting. I like that. But the other part is really irrelevant.
We're on page 2.
Mm-hmm.
The heading is Education and/or Experience Minimum Qualifications. Correct, Dr. Morrison?
Right. And if you want me to give you a little background on that, I can refer you to a lot of articles and research that you can do on your own. And I had some of those sent to you from the Higher Education Journal. And even going beyond that, I went back to the history of all of the great educational institutions in the country and how their leadership has evolved over the years. And in some way, we've oversimplified the requirements. And really a degree is just a testimony to a person's perceived background and abilities. It's really a substitute for direct experience. And so we give degrees to people because we want them to be able to say to other people, I can do this. And one way they demonstrate they can do this is by saying that they've completed some program. What we're really looking for is someone who has exemplified successful executive leadership experience. And whether or not they have an earned doctorate degree may not be the best basis for determining that. So certainly that's an admirable thing to have. I've had one myself for the last 28 years, but it's not necessary for this position. And it does not necessarily guarantee us that the person that we get will meet our needs. So when you say candidate must have, I think that absolutely has to come out. So, mine's not like that? Yeah, the first statement. No, it says candidates must have. I know, but but you see, that's still primary there. And I just think, I just like to have it taken out. Because that's what everybody focuses on, and they stop right there.
Are you suggesting removal of the entire sentence, or help us with
I'm
your
suggesting
editing?
that you say we have a record, proven record of successful executive leadership experience, preferably in a large urban community college setting.
So deleting must have an earned doctorate degree from a regionally accredited institution and/or.
Right.
So the sentence would read, candidates must have a record of successful executive leadership experience.
That's what she said. Yes.
That's what I said.
Okay, just to be sure we, because, Shelley, thank you. So it's Dr. Morrison's suggestion that the highlighted words be eliminated.
Well, my concern with that, and I do agree that work experience is very valuable, but my concern in striking that sentence is we would open this up to many candidates.
And I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I feel that we can leave it up there. I mean, we can leave it like it has earned a doctorate degree from a regionally accredited institution, and/or one or the other. I mean, the doctorate is what we prefer.
No, don't say we.
I mean,
It may be what you
yes,
prefer.
what I prefer. Again, I think that at that level, we need someone with that type of degree.
Or that type of ability.
Well, that's
See,
true.
the degree doesn't really even say they actually have that kind of ability, because you don't know the people that sat on their committee and signed off on it.
Absolutely, and of course, and yes, and those doctors, it doesn't mean they're the most
Well, they
successful
mean something
candidates.
now.
I stand before you as living proof of that. Trust me, even I'm a doctor. One possible compromise that I might throw out, if I may, a possibility might be candidates must have, at a minimum, a master's degree from a regionally accredited university and/or the experience. Now, this would at least get you to a graduate degree. I would, and I'll turn to Dr. Coronado on this, I think to have no mention of education experience, that opens it up to the universe, which, I think you want to have, some sort of degree
Right.
mentioned, and I would suggest as a possibility a minimum of masters.
That sounds good.
Well, why does the degree have to come first? Because people get hung up on degrees, and some of the most brilliant people I've met, and I think some of the richest people in the world don't have degrees. The degree program was something that was hampering them from doing what the world needed them to do, and they had the fortitude to step out and go ahead and do what the world needed them to do. If you want me to name names, I don't think I need to, but, I can do that. Bill Gates and Michael Dell.
Well, I think we all know of college and university CEOs who do not have doctorates that,
Right.
I don't believe Lee Jackson has a doctorate at the University of North Texas. I don't think John Monfort, the chancellor of the Texas Tech system,
Of course,
has
but
one.
those are the ones that are rare and few.
No, there are a lot more.
Mhm.
We start naming, we can make a long list.
To answer your
If you
question-
do your research.
To answer your question, Dr. Morrison, it certainly doesn't have to come first. You could say candidates must have a record of successful executive leadership, preferably in a large community college setting, and as a minimum, and just switch them
graduate level
around.
degree.
A minimum of a master's degree at a regionally accredited institution. We could certainly put the degree anywhere in the qualifications
Right.
you wish.
See, that sounds more forward-thinking to me.
I'm really glad that our PhD on this panel is the first one that raised that issue.
I'm very
As
broad-minded.
one who doesn't have that set of credentials, I was
Reluctant, 'cause
a
you
little
thought it
reluctant
might
to
be
raise
cheap.
it. But I think what's troubling, I can't speak for Robin, but the thing that was troubling me, I think, about this paragraph is the title, where it says minimum qualifications. The way I read minimum qualifications means if somebody doesn't have these things, they're not considered. And so it's a mislabeled paragraph to start with, because it says down throughout the language that classroom teaching experience is preferred. Up below it says it's minimum qualifications. So it's not preferred, which is it? And
Probably in a large urban community.
yeah. My experience says you probably should have a list of requirements, and you probably should have a list of preferred qualifications, a wish list. No candidate should be considered that doesn't meet the minimum criteria. They shouldn't even be interviewed if they don't meet certain criteria. There's a good reason for that. If you don't have some minimum criteria, we may get swamped with candidates that aren't even close to what we're looking for. And then we might have a list of preferred qualifications. No one is going to meet all of our requirements and all of our preferences, but they should meet all of our requirements and most of our preferences. The PhD, the doctorate degree, to me is relevant if the person in this position is going to be charged with either instruction functions themselves, or if we believe as a governing body here that our instructional competency needs significant focus and attention.
Okay. And another point is...
Hang on just one second.
Okay.
I know I paused, but...
You did. Shouldn't have.
My view, and it's only my view, is that the strongest thing we have in this institution is our faculty competency. I'm really proud of the faculty we have here. So I don't see it as a statement by us as a governing board that we don't value higher education at all. I see it as an acknowledgement that our competencies are good there, and that this person is not charged with instruction themselves. Sorry, that's it.
Okay. And that, one of the most important things that they can do is allow our faculty and enable our faculty to do their jobs,
right,
and not hinder them from all of the academic pursuits that add to the greatness of a learning institution. And also, we have a team of people at the leadership level who will be charged and more directly responsible for those aspects. A PhD degree, in case somebody, I know I'm talking to the wrong people, but you can post it if you want, is really a research degree. And really what it's designed to do, in my understanding, is to exemplify research competency. And so there are many other Ds or doctorates, and so they are also valuable. So to say that we should have a research-based degree is narrow-minded and inappropriate.
It's contrary to our charter.
To our vision, to our mission, and to our future. And it limits us.
But in no way is that a signal from anybody here that we don't think those credentials are important.
Absolutely not. That's right.
But they should be aligned with the responsibilities of that position.
So we should be working on minimum requirements, and we should modify this paragraph and do bullets for this is the minimum qualification, and then go on to what we prefer.
Yes. Preferred.
So what I'm hearing is perhaps to reconstitute or rewrite the first subheading under education and or experience so that we have minimum qualifications, and then prior to skills, knowledge, and attributes, we have a subsection of preferred attributes. So, Shelley, can you delete that under minimum qualifications and let us get a fresh start? Just delete all 4 of those homes.
Make a new paragraph, Shelley, and leave it there, because some of us will need to look at it as we make the new revision.
Well, it doesn't change on your computer.
No, but
And then we have a new subset.
so the audience can
preferred.
look at it as we're changing it too.
Okay, sorry.
And then you can delete it afterwards.
Okay.
Maybe a thought, I don't know. If we took, starting where it says a record of successful executive leadership experience, all the way through college setting, copy that, and now move it up to the front of,
Minimum.
yeah, up in bullet point, just, yeah, there you go. And,
You want this bullet point?
yes, I'd say candidates must have, colon, and then a series of bullet points right below it. In fact, I'd make it stronger. No candidate will be considered unless they have,
You're getting credit.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go, Bobby. Go, Bobby. That's true, though.
Say no candidate.
Will be considered
No
unless.
candidate will be considered and without each of the following. And this list must be very short.
Very short.
Because you're going to find people that have done amazing things but don't have that. Do you really not want to see them? So I would say this minimum qualification, required qualification list should be very brief, and the things that are under that list should be critical to the mission we're going to charge this person with. And they should be tangible, something that's not subjective, where we might have a difference of opinion about it.
Okay, so the first bullet point is a record of successful executive leadership experience. Do you like that for the first? And preferably in a large urban community college setting. Second bullet point.
If you use the word preferably, you're back out of your minimum, right?
Exactly.
I think that
Yeah.
needs to be in another category.
That's going to drop down to the
Yeah.
The classroom teaching experience comes down to the second.
Anything that's just preferred, that has to go under preferred.
So that classroom teaching comes down to under preferred. So what other minimum qualifications, while Shelley's trying to drop that down, would you like to see under minimum? What other qualifications would you like to see under minimum qualifications? A record?
Well, let me ask you, would anybody want to see a candidate who had been a successful CEO but had never been in a community college setting? Or
No.
would you ever want to see one that had never been, had led a college of any sort?
No, and I'll tell you, you want me to tell you why, or you just want me to say no?
Why?
Because there's a broad misconception about what a community college means, and it's important. I would say that a person who had been a part of the community college experience would probably have it right, or would be more likely to have it right than a person who had not had the community college experience.
Okay.
So in my opinion, I would find that essential, necessary, critical, and minimum required.
Anybody at the table think that we would want to see a candidate who had not led a community college?
You probably have one of us that would think a CEO of a large company who managed managers could manage people and hire people to do the functions of a community college without knowing how to teach in a classroom. But from our discussion in the other board meeting, I think I'm way outnumbered, so I'm going to, I'm willing to give on that. But I think what I think we need is somebody who can empower people to do the work, not someone who gets caught up in the detail and tries to do the work themselves.
And for that reason, I think you put that academic setting under preferred requirement. I mean, I submit to you that David Boren probably was not an academician before he ran University of Oklahoma very successfully. He was governor of Oklahoma for a number of years. He may have been a doctorate, I don't know. But I think that's a good example. I think you put preferred for those standards.
Yeah, I have a strong preference that it be somebody who has successfully run a community college. But I'm not so sure I would have cut David Boren out.
But the category of preference gives you that flexibility to
Yeah.
make that decision based on your interview or whatever.
So I think I would strengthen, yes, I think I would strengthen even that sentence there. It's a record of success, in a relevant executive leadership setting. Relevant may mean something different to each of us, but I think it's kind of like pornography.
We can look it up in Webster's.
I think it's like pornography. I think I'd know it when I saw it.
So do you want to move the urban
Preferably,
down
to
to
say that, but you would put preferred qualifications have worked in a large urban community college setting.
leadership role,
Yeah.
successful leadership role in a large urban community college setting.
You're doing great,
Well,
Shelley.
urban.
Yeah.
We're all glad we don't have
And,
your job.
you know, just for me, that word success is really, I'm going to underscore that.
Successful.
Yeah, and I don't think you have to do that, Shelley, there, but I want to hear specific examples when we start interviewing. I don't want to hear theory. I want to hear specific examples of the things that that person did, either individually or in leadership of a team, that wow me. Now, I don't want to hear the theory of what they think they should do, but I want to know what they did.
Are there other qualifications you would like to add to the minimum list?
That would be, if we did decide on a minimum of a master's degree, that's where you would put that. Minimum of a master's degree.
Yes.
I mean, do we think that's relevant?
Up under the other bullet point.
Under
Shelley.
minimum qualifications.
Qualifications.
Yeah. Does it have to be in some particular
Well,
area?
you see, that's not my area there. I mean, you could have somebody that's got a master's in astronomy, and that's not gonna,
Well, if it isn't business, it doesn't count.
yeah. Yeah.
Not even a moan?
So we just say MBA.
Not even a moan?
I think we heard a silence.
We got it.
Is there anything else? I mean, is there anything else that they absolutely have to have demonstrated, or you wouldn't want to see them?
Should we ask our audience?
I don't think it's
Anyone want to participate? You're the ones who are going to be working with this person.
You get a free chance to
That's
tell
right.
us what
This
you're
is-
thinking in
Speak
person.
now or forever hold your peace.
Just editorial. Shelley,
It's
could you
important
could you
to
take
know
the
what you're
word
thinking.
must have off, because it's already in the preamble up above. Right, and yeah, take that off, and take off minimum of.
Yeah. Just
Must have.
master's degree.
Right. It says up above.
I think if you say a master's degree, technically that means just a master's degree, where if you say a minimum, that does open the possibility at least of the doctorate.
Well, but we're saying we won't look at them unless they have a master's degree.
At least a master's.
At least.
Mhm.
I think you do have to say that at least a master's.
Well,
No,
Or
because some people
there
have
are
2 or 3.
there are doctoral programs that skip over the master's. There are not many of them, but there are.
You're right, there are.
Yeah.
Yeah, the president of the University of Texas.
There are.
A law degree. He doesn't have a
So that's an
Okay.
important point. That's why I said a graduate degree. Because a graduate degree is more encompassing than a master's degree.
I agree. I think a graduate degree. Change master's to graduate.
Am I right, academicians? Okay.
And should it be a minimum of a graduate degree? Is that redundant?
No, a graduate degree would encompass everything beyond the bachelor's. Dr. Coronado, am I right there?
Yes, I think by most standards, we would probably have that as a minimum. Just keep in mind that that is a minimum cutoff that we would use, or you would use as a standard for screening your applicants. So what you're saying that these two, if they don't make these two benchmarks, they're out.
Right.
So if you wanted to define the graduate degree as anything above a degree after a bachelor's degree, that's what we're looking at if you go to the graduate degree.
Mhm.
Close to bachelor's level degree, and it would be MBA, law school. There are other degrees that would be other than a master's.
Comments, come on. Y'all talk to us.
Well, I would say this, I have seen some of the CEOs with the cutoff of the bachelor's. That's the lowest I've ever seen a CEO of a higher education institution. So you could say anything above a bachelor's and above, or graduate school and above. I haven't heard of that terminology, but certainly we could use that as a cutoff.
Okay, I like that, where we are. That's good with me. I'll be quiet for a while.
Ms. Shelton?
I think you've got to have some other critical qualifications, because I'm just thinking all the people I know who apply for the job. You know, we have a snowball chance in hell of getting
Right.
apply for it, but they meet that, a record of success in the relevant executive leadership setting. Could be at McDonald's, managing people, managing projects, graduate degree, because people do have jobs now that are below what their capabilities are. So I just think that would be something that's more critical to what you're looking for in running this institution.
Dr. Thomas?
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Shelton, and perhaps for your consideration, a minimum qualification might be that the individual would have at least some working knowledge of and a commitment to the community college mission, or the mission of the community college.
I like that.
Working knowledge of and commitment to the community college.
Can we sharpen that a little bit? I like that concept, but I don't know what a working knowledge means.
That previous experience in, I would guess. No?
Well,
Well, if you say demonstrated commitment,
Okay.
I would measure that by saying they had actually worked in. So that's how I would say. They could have demonstrated their commitment.
Well, you could interpret that several different ways, and David, go back to our one outlier example, which is always dangerous. But David Boren would have been able to show a demonstrated commitment to higher education, in spite of the fact he hadn't actually worked at one.
But that might have meant he understood the concept and he bought into it.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing, that he understands the concept, that he or she understands the concept and buys into it, to the mission.
So what that means to me, if you say demonstrated commitment,
It's a demonstrated knowledge and commitment.
what it means to me is they better be able to have very specific examples of things they have done.
Right.
Not things they think, but things they have done
Right.
that prove that up.
Does that sound in line with what you're thinking, Dr. Thomas?
I can live with that.
Now, are we saying community college or higher education?
I'm thinking community college.
I would say, I would respectfully submit the notion of community college as higher education. Community college, as you know, has a specific mission, and that is quality teaching and learning. Higher education is fairly broad, and so if you want to try to really focus in on a selected pool of candidates, community college would be a better descriptor.
But, and not, I'm certainly not being argumentative, I'm just throwing this out for discussion. What if we had someone that had previous experience as chancellor at a four-year school? Would we eliminate them because they hadn't had direct, I mean, I guess they could demonstrate knowledge and commitment to community college by matriculation agreements and things like that they had done with them. But I don't want to get so narrow that we eliminate a candidate that has excellent experience with a four-year college.
Candidate, what you just said with regards to a person who may have been a chancellor in a higher education system, if they in fact did a lot of work with the community college with regards to matriculation, articulation agreements, etc., then they would have some demonstrated knowledge and commitment to the community college or the mission of the community.
I just want to make sure we were on the same page with that.
Yes, sir.
That top bullet point.
Mr. McGee, could you turn your mic on? Thank you.
That top bullet point, it shouldn't be a leadership setting. It ought to be a leadership position. I think. And I don't think what we're looking for is somebody who's been a hanger-on and watch somebody else do it. Ma'am.
Please stand up. We're having trouble here.
And I wanted to ask you a question because I know you mentioned a records assessment of relevant executive leadership or was setting report. You said, well, no, we might all define relevant differently, but we recognize what we're looking for. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that because I'm having a little trouble grasping exactly what that looks like in the candidate.
Right. I can only speak for me. My view is that we have a very large organization, and what we're looking for is someone who has led by setting desired outcomes that are bold for the organization, has recruited and nurtured a crackerjack team of highly competent individuals that each have the skill sets to complete the most important pieces of those objectives, nurture them, give them the tools, eliminate the ones that don't perform, eliminate or coach the ones that don't perform, and when we are not achieving the objectives, circle back with that group and either change the objectives or change the people. I don't know if I can be more clear than that, but that's my view. And I can give you examples of things that I've seen here that I didn't like. I think we all could. But I can also give you a lot of examples of things here that I think we've done really, really well. We don't want someone who is going to be the taskmaster. I don't want someone who's going to be the taskmaster of managing every piece of this. I think the most important thing that needs to be done in the short run is making sure each of the senior leaders in the organization know exactly what their role in the bold goals or outcomes are that need to be achieved.
Other comments from the audience?
One comment I would have on classroom teaching experience, you might want to say college teaching experience.
I think it needs to precede the word classroom, Shelley. Right?
Mm-hmm. Or you could put teaching experience first in college classroom.
Yeah, true.
She said her name.
Dr. Jackson points out that with distance learning, classroom might not be exactly relevant, but I think
You're
people
right.
know what we mean.
So that was what Maria was saying, teaching experience.
College teaching experience.
Because the world is a classroom now, huh, Dr. Jackson?
Other minimum qualifications? I'm going to start working up the front, towards the front of the room if you guys don't speak up.
Do we have, maybe you all would know, do we have a clear values statement for this organization?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. We do have a mission statement.
No, values.
Yes.
Yes. Remember, Harriet ran us through those before our workshop started last time.
Well, I think that needs to be included someplace, either in the minimum, in the requirements of the preferred, some demonstrated commitment to the TCC values.
Your workshop stressed communication, excellent communication.
They're listed in the Herald report also, so the adopted values of the institution are in there. So we can incorporate those if you like under the preferred, but they should be in the report.
You know, the core value statement here, statement of values says excellence, access, diversity, student success, service to community, innovation, and creativity. So I would personally say at a bullet point under our requirements, a demonstrated commitment to the TCC core values. Now, of course, these wouldn't have been their core values that they would have had to have lived to under some other institution, their hours, but we shouldn't find somebody that doesn't, that can't demonstrate that that they've embraced these wholeheartedly in another setting. That would be
maybe that's willingness to embrace.
Everybody's going to say they're willing. You hang enough money out there, everybody's willing on day one to embrace it. Sorry, Jim. But I'd sure like to see, again, I'd like to see examples of where they have demonstrated a belief in access and in diversity and in student success.
I think that I think it would be very good to list those values. I think if you look at the skills, knowledge, and attributes, you will see that all of those are addressed. But I think listing them would be a very good idea.
Yeah, I do too. Just really right up front.
Yeah.
So can we go ahead, can we go ahead and clean that up? Take that red out, that under minimum qualifications now. Can we go ahead and take the clutter out? Is that okay with everybody? Since I was the one that insisted we leave it till we got it right. Thank you.
No, I
You're
like
so
that.
nice to me. And that no CC, correct that for me? Thank you.
And it may just be me, but I like minimum requirements
Agreed.
and preferred qualifications.
Yeah.
But I'm liable.
I like it.
That sounds good to me. Yeah.
No,
Just requirements.
just
Right.
preferred qualifications is the
Delete
next
qualifications.
category. Yeah, there you go.
I'm glad we thought of that core values statement.
And she's going to add those in, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we can add those in as sub-bullet points. Yes. Yes.
Do you remember what they were?
Do you have a
Ex-
scanner? You don't have a scanner.
Which I think she's just going to list them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellence, access, diversity.
Yes. Okay.
Other comments? Audience, board?
I personally think you're there. I think you, it's
Now,
kind of like a
Dr.
barber and a
Hines?
haircut. You tinker too much and you ruin it.
Ms. Appleman, Dr. Hines had a comment.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hines.
Using the negative might not be the best choice. Candidates must only be considered, in other words, only get started with. And the second part is Tarrant County College District, is that your chancellor?
Okay.
Thank you.
With the following. Go back up there, Kathy. I'm sorry. What's Shelley? I'm sorry.
Will only consider that they have no values to demonstrate the commitment to Tarrant County College District values.
Thank you. Any other comments? Dr. Jackson, Dr. LeBlanc, Dr. Stewart? Communication?
That was something that really stressed me.
We did. You're right.
We did. And it's down on, we talk about it under skills, knowledge, and attributes, and we talk about it under, on page 3.
Yeah, proven ability as an innovator, effective communicator, excellent listener.
A leader who openly communicates with the board and of trustees and the public, and I want to change that to capable, openly and capable.
To say that again?
There's another page.
On page 3 at the bottom?
Yeah, right above language skills. It says, a leader who openly communicates with the board of trustees and the public. And open, I wanted to add something like capably, because, or effectively. Some, to give a standard there. Openly just says they talk a lot and they tell us everything, but I want them to do it with.
Could you speak into the microphone, please,
I'm
Dr. Morrison?
sorry. Okay, above language skills, there's a line that says, a leader who openly communicates with the Board of Trustees and the public. And I said I wanted us to insert a standard of performance there, something like who openly and capably communicates with the Board of Trustees, or who openly effectively communicates with the Board of Trustees, something that puts a standard of performance in.
I think you could change just openly to effectively communicates.
Okay.
I think if you did want to list communication under the values, you could certainly do so. You have it listed under access, but to most people who would read this, access would mean something very different. It would mean access to higher education and not access to the person.
So I think if you want to specify communications in the values, you probably should go ahead and do it, even though you had it under access in the workshop.
But it's not the, communication is not a stated value. And if we add it to that list,
Well, we could certainly put that we won't consider anybody who doesn't have effective communication skills as a minimum. Will we? No,
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No, there's not many jobs that don't have effective communication skills as one of their requirements.
do you think we've addressed it and sufficiently in the two places?
If you want to put oral and written
On
or
page
whatever.
2 and page 3?
Yeah, I think you should add that under minimum effect right here.
The sentence below that can changed.
No, I
No.
think she wants another bullet point right there,
Effective
where you're blinking.
communication skills.
But you can
Effective.
effectively say, no, you can't have that information, right? And that's not what we're looking for, right?
What you want is transparency.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out a way to.
Healthy respect for information needed, or some, I don't know how to put it, but being an effective communicator, I don't think, I mean, we want that, but what I want from a chancellor is someone that when I ask for information, they can effectively give me the information that I request if I'm legally entitled to it.
Something like commitment to open communication and transparency.
How are you going to demonstrate that? In this category, we have to have things that we can checklist on.
Quantify.
That we can quantify. And so it should be effective communication skills. The beginning,
Would
Shelley.
that not be something that you could learn from talking to, from checking references though, the reputation for transparency and honesty?
Transparency, yes, but I want to see demonstrated communication skills myself. Shelley, right there, I was saying make that effective.
Effective.
What are you going to look for?
Dr. Thomas?
I like that idea, but what are you going to look for in examples of things they've done? Can you think of something
For
that...
communication skills?
Yeah.
Presentations, the way they present themselves to us, first of all, and then any writings that they've done, and publications or presentations to conferences, et cetera, or journal articles. You know, those are nebulous, but
I think communication skills and transparency are two completely different things.
I do too.
I agree. If you're going to do effective communication skills, that stands alone.
Right.
And then if you're going to have openness between the board members and the community, that's a separate issue. So.
We don't call it transparency, but on page 2, under skills, knowledge, and attributes, we also speak to openness, accessibility, candor.
And then proven ability as an innovator, effective communicator, and excellent listener. You got these in here.
They really are. Many of the things we're discussing right now are listed under
I'm
attributes.
real right brain. To me, the way to effectively do this thing, use the word effectively again, is to start at the top and let's read through this thing and wordsmith it as we go. 'Cause we just spent time on that when it was actually already incorporated in what we were looking for. And I think we're just going to end up jumping all over this thing.
All right, is everybody ready to move on to skills, knowledge, and attributes? Anyone else in the audience have a comment? Have we left out any minimum qualification that you think is important in a chancellor for the district? or any preferred qualities? Dr. Thomas?
For your consideration.
Yes.
Effective communication skills.
Uh-huh.
One of the things that is so attractive about our learning organization is that we are collaborative and team-oriented. So would it put a descriptor on that if one was to say effective communication skills demonstrated commitment or demonstrated experience to effectively communicate in a collaborative, team-oriented environment, something to that effect. Because it takes a different kind of skill and also different sets of attributes that you communicate in a collaborative, team-oriented environment than just, I could be effective in my communication, but not be effective in a collaborative environment or a team-oriented.
And I, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, can we say in a collaborative environment?
Hey, we are, with this effort here, we are reiterating something that's already in skills, knowledge, and attributes.
Okay.
If you go to skills, knowledge, and attributes, the fifth sentence down says proven ability as an innovator, effective communicator, semicolon, an excellent listener. We could elaborate on that and incorporate, Dr. Thomas, what you were talking about, collaborator. I don't want to make it look like we're saying the same thing in two different places.
Where do I get to that? I'm sorry. I've been at
On page
I've
2,
been on
under skills, knowledge, and attributes.
Okay, thank you.
Where we really kind of flesh out some of the things we would like to see and have.
Proven ability as an innovator, effective communicator, excellent listener, demonstrated collaborator.
The word collaboration and team member is important here, I think. Is that?
Yeah, exactly right.
You want to add the word collaboration to that sentence? In a collaborative setting, or what?
Well, that sentence focuses on a more internal experience, and then the next one is the external piece.
Well, but I think what Dr. Thomas is speaking to is the internal collaboration and partnerships and teamwork.
Right.
Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am, and it has some external implications.
Sure.
Because we collaborate with our communities and businesses.
And that's at the top of
next
page
paragraph.
3. Shelley, take us to the top of page 3 so they can see the first sentence. Ability to strengthen relationships and collaborations with local school districts, universities, businesses, and government, and the community at large.
Is it better said
Are there
that
some
add
paper copies of this job description for the audience to have? Because I didn't. Oh, he has it.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep reading down your list.
Okay, so,
No, I think she would need to be on.
I thought Dr. Thomas didn't have, so he didn't know that it was coming.
Dr. Thomas, shall we add teamwork to the sentence above that, shall we?
Now go to the
Well,
bottom of page
demonstrated-
2. Oh, there it is.
what
I'm
about if
sorry.
we say
Collaborations and teamwork.
proven ability in a collaborative environment as an innovator, effective communicator, excellent listener?
It's just
Now, this is the internal
Semantics.
part. The next sentence is
Yeah.
reaching out to the greater community.
I was
This is
gonna-
where we want you to describe the internal.
Yeah, I was saying proven ability in a
Relationships.
collaborative environment. Insert after ability in a collaborative environment.
On the same thing.
Yeah, but insert it after ability.
Better way to say it.
after ability or after effective communication?
No. Proven ability in a collaborative environment as
Proven
an
ability in
innovator,
a
effective
collaborative
communicator, and excellent listener.
Proven ability in a collaborative environment. I'd just move it in a collaborative environment up, yeah, after ability.
Does that do it? Come close.
Listener might need to be first.
You know, did you get your sentence the way you liked it?
She's now suggesting that an excellent listener be at the beginning of the sentence, of the statement.
As in a collaborative environment, as an excellent listener, an innovator, and effective communicator.
Found something that I wrote down a couple of months back that I wonder if it doesn't fit in that same sentence.
Comma instead of semicolon. Okay.
A track record of unusually high level of trust with colleagues, maintains very few secrets, honesty, fairness, and transparency in all undertakings, does what's right and fair versus politically expedient, intellectually honest, action and words are consistent, reasonably predictable, doesn't manipulate the facts to win points, and committed to analytical rigor, open debate, and logical judgments in a collaborative, consensus-based environment. Does that add anything to what you already said, or is that just redundant?
Read it again.
Track record of unusually high level of trust with colleagues. Very few secrets. Intellectually honest. Action and words are consistent and reasonably predictable. Doesn't manipulate facts to win points. Committed to analytical rigor. Open debate. Logic-based judgments in a collaborative and consensus-based environment.
The only thing I would question about a couple of those points, Bobby, are things we don't want. And I don't think that's how you write something. You write what you want.
Yeah, I wrote them in response to a specific situation.
Yeah, you can tell that.
What is Dr. Coronado, Dr. Lace, Ms. Robinson, what do you think? She read
I think everything you want to say is there somewhere. And I think we could sort of flip these things all night long.
That's exactly right.
I think there's a danger if you put too much up in your preferred and your minimum, that, as Mr. Kennedy said, then you're repeating everything down lower.
I think that's right.
Yeah, but what you don't want to leave out is any item that we publish that you're going to be using as a basis for a criteria for screening. Because keep in mind, or just fast forward a little bit to the screening process of these applicants and all these attributes we're looking at. We're going to go down the list, I think, at some point and say, does this candidate have this? As we go down. So what we want to do is make sure that it's comprehensive enough that it tackles all the points that you want as we go down that list. So we just don't want to omit anything and then clarify what we need to clarify, I think would be the point. The very minimum qualifications will always be the cutoff. And then from that point forward, y'all get as a group, I think at some point where we begin asking these candidates possibly to address each of these attributes and say, give me your experience, give me your record on this specific bullet item number 3. So that way you can read, and it'll make life a lot easier at that. So in order for us to write the questions or the attributes, we just want to make sure we're clear enough and comprehensive enough in each of these attributes when we get to that point. That would help you narrow down the field.
Thank you.
Great point.
Other comments, other tweaks? Motion to approve.
So moved.
And I'll
Is there a
second.
Any other comments, questions? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's only 10. Y'all been here later than
It
this.
seems much later somehow.
All right, now,
Yeah.
the next
I really like
thing is,
Yes, I would like to suggest to the board a possible process for this, that we have over here some fairly hefty tote bags. These contain the 11 proposals that we have received from search firms. My suggestion is that you take them home, and we have some strong folks here who will help you carry them to your car, and that you use the next 2 weeks. I believe Mrs. Appleman has in mind some workshops to
I've been
start.
outvoted.
No. Well, at some point when we come back, that, or we will have a workshop sometime, and that before then, you read over these proposals and you rank them, 1 through 11. And you send your rankings to one of you, to me, to Dr. Coronado, that's your choice, and that when you come back, we present you with a compilation. Here's what you thought collectively of these firms. And you may want to look at that and look at the scores and say, all right, we are going to eliminate the bottom 5 or the bottom 6, wherever you see a cutoff. And then at a workshop, consider the rest of them, discussing each one. And Dr. Coronado and Mr. McMillan, our purchasing director, I've asked to make up some sort of a matrix so that there will be some sort of quantitative way to judge these point totals based on the what you have in your proposal to come up with and discuss and then select 2, 3, 4, whatever that you want to bring in and interview at some point.
So the initial review will be a comparison of the proposal to the RFP, and it's been suggested perhaps that we would each send to you our top 3 choices. And
That's certainly one way of doing it,
and
yes.
then you, perhaps with Dr. Coronado and Mr. McMillan's assistance, see where the obvious breaks are, and then we would come back together again to actually begin interviewing,
Well,
possibly.
yes, we would
The question
compile.
was, do we need to come back together again to review the finalists?
Yes, I would definitely say so.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you need to come back together to see what you have collectively decided on these firms.
Okay.
And be able to then look and say, based on that, we're going to eliminate these, we're going to consider these, and then discuss the ones that you have decided to consider, have some sort of a ranking system against the RFP, and to come up with the finalists that you want to bring into interview.
Okay. If we were to choose December the 10th, Thursday the 10th, as a meeting date to do that, to review the results, when would you need for us to get our top 3 choices to you? in
December
order for
the
you-
9th. It will not take that long to compile.
If you had a consistent form that we all submitted to you, that just said, here's our number 1, here's our number 2, here's our number 3, and you took those 7 forms and compiled the information.
That's not going to take that long, right? That's very easily done.
Yeah, we can use the criteria that's already established. I think there's just 4 criteria, and if you want to rate those criteria and then come up with your top 3 based on that, that might save you a lot of time too in going through it, because all of you are going to be looking at different things. And so if we use the same published criteria we put in the RFP, and I think all of you agree to that criteria. Right. So if we just use that and give that to you in a matrix form, you do the rating, send it in, and then we decide who we're going to call in for an interview based on that. Will that work?
The initial reviews will be done independently without conversation or
Yes,
communication between
let me emphasize
us.
that.
Each of us will do our work independently and email to you our
And we will
choices.
develop something to send you, as Mr. Kennedy has suggested.
We'll send you something in the next working day or 2, so you can begin that process. If that works.
a form for us to use?
Yes.
Oh, all right, good, thank you. So let's tentatively put on our calendars December the 10th. Oh,
Just wanted to alert you of the supplement. December 10th is the foundation board meeting, and I believe you're Mr. Kennedy.
yes,
Are involved in that, so
thank you.
just to be aware.
Okay. So you'll just spend all afternoon in Fort Worth?
I thought we were talking in there about trying to do it at the same time.
Well, it was suggested that we try to have a board meeting prior to the Chancellor's luncheon, the Christmas luncheon, holiday luncheon on the 17th.
Mhm.
That's at 11:30.
I believe that's correct. And you could certainly do that. You could come in the morning and then go to,
That's a Friday. Does that work for y'all?
That would be.
it is a Thursday.
Okay,
That way we're over here, we've got to meet for the other issue.
10 o'clock,
Yeah.
10 o'clock, Friday, the 17th.
It's Thursday.
I'm sorry, Thursday.
And so we'll meet here in the boardroom?
Yeah,
Where's the luncheon?
Trinity River.
Well, maybe we should meet over there. Can you see if,
Can we
Dr.
meet
Stewart,
over-
can
Well-
you see about a room for us?
I would,
Space over there.
Some cubby hole somewhere.
Ms. Shelton, what about
Thank you.
doing the TV over there? Can we? Mhm. I think we can. I think we can move our equipment. Hmm? Well, I'm hearing a no from the closet.
Oh, the closet is talking.
It would. If you wouldn't mind, I
we'll
think.
come here.
I think.
You're up there afterwards.
Yeah, you bet. So we'll stay here.
All right.
Okay. Now,
10
if you
o'clock.
think you can do it in an hour and a half, really?
Well,
All right.
you know, yeah. And then interviews would not start until after
After
the
the
New Year.
holidays. Okay, 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, the 17th.
I think you're going to find in
Some consensus.
often in cases like this, they're pretty similar.
Mhm.
And if we're narrowing it down to the three, if we were saying five, narrow it down to your top six, then I think we would have discussion. Three, that there could be three candidates.
Okay.
Have you had enough? Thank you all.
So we will send you, we will clean this up, we will send it to you along with the rating sheet for these proposals. And they're right over there.
Oh, Bobby got away without his.
Well, we know where to find him.
We are adjourned. Thank
Ms.
you all
Appleman,
for,
before-
Mr. Cumby has a word.
If I could, just at your places, I have put a sheet where I've asked that you perhaps mark where you might want to attend any of the Higher Education Coordinating Board events in Dallas. If you could mark any of those you might be interested in. If you can't go, just write that on there and leave it for me. If you need to go home and check a calendar, if you would just take that as a reminder and perhaps email me. Okay. If you can email me, that'll be great. But I'd just like to make a reservation for whatever any of you might want to attend. Thank you.
Now can we go?
Before you carry your bag.
Don't forget your bag. Thank you, everyone. See you in December. Happy Thanksgiving.